Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican priest, Verbus Latinum.
All right. Welcome. I've got my water poured. Sorry, didn't give you guys any warning at all. But I'm here. Good morning. Late start for me. Not everyone was late. Sharon McDonald was early, very early. First in chat, as a matter of fact. Sharon, once again, repeat winner, here in chat. First person to chat, to chalk. Just trying to say talk and chat at the same time, and chalk is what I ended up with. The first person to chat in chat wins the internet, and that was you, Sharon. So congratulations. You've won yet again. You know what to do. We'll go ahead and email that out to you, and everything will be fine. No warning. I know, Lee. I apologize. But it's really good. It's really good water. I highly recommend water. I really do. It's the good stuff. Let's see. Before I came in, you guys went crazy already in chat. It's been it's been nuts already. Fractured gifted 5 memberships. Well, I caught that out of the corner of my eye before it disappeared, but there it was. I saw that. I think PFOG was one of the recipients and instantly used a membership anniversary message to thank Fractured. So it's been cool that way. I think TW gave I'm not sure if I can go back that far, TW. I apologize. TW gave a donation to the Sarah Boone Letter Fund, or Suitcase Fund, as the case may be. Excited for that one to come about now in July. Unfortunately, we've got to wait till midsummer to follow Sarah Boone. But we are here. We are all here, apparently. Just checking chat. Looks like we've got a pretty good showing here. Let me see who we have. Well, I've lost the people at the top, so we're just going to start what I've got. Not a Drama Llama, Red Pen, Giant Rat that makes all the rules, Maggie Carr. Matthew Harris Law says, I just caught up on my Brandy Churchwell recap at 2 times speed. She does a great job. She is fantastic. If you're just picking up the case today, first of all, warning, it's heavy. It's very heavy. Any cases that involve children as the victims are very heavy, and this one has all of that. Just a heads up about that. We will be here as a place where we can lean on each other and support each other, and at the same time support Gannon, as there's this is his time for justice. So we're going to be here for that. Brianne Malcolm, thanks so much for becoming a member. Appreciate you so much. Welcome to the gallery. Go ahead and type !seat in chat, and you can take your seat there. The front row. Katrina is here. True Celtic Mutt. Good morning. Saw you there this morning, Mutt. Lisa Wilmot. Good morning, Lisa. Tony Fortune. Katrina. Lunar Sparkles. Not a Drama Llama. Lynn Hoke. Heather Collins. Suzanne. Michaela R. Let's see. Red Pen.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Red Pen. This bingo card, we've debated. We've actually got some of the mods are working on like bingo card options that are pre-populated, and I wonder. I sort of feel like you need to be able to pick your own random idea that will never ever happen in court and insert it in your bingo card, because odds are it'll happen. That's just what happens on this channel. I mean, who would have thought that judge listens to live stream during trial? And would have put that on my bingo card. That would be awesome, and it happened. But Lolly G, thank you also for becoming a member. Wonderful morning to join us. I appreciate you being here. Someone's honking outside my house, in their car. Thank you, Lolly. Appreciate you. Anyway, bingo cards. Yes, we need bingo cards. We do need something to lighten the heavy moments. And I am hopeful in this case, because there will be a lot of hard stuff to listen to, that we'll be able to focus on the levity and the amazingness of the judge, quite honestly, because I pulled that 1.5-minute explanation he gave about his kids in the cookie jar yesterday. Pulled the audio. I've got to make like a short out of that or something. It was unbelievable. Best explanation I've ever heard about circumstantial evidence. Let's see. Jaco Fori, good afternoon from sunny Johannesburg, South Africa. It's still a little bit morning here for a couple hours for me, but definitely afternoon for you. Suzanne, Lisa's in Wales, UK. Michaela.
I'm not a cat.
When did they release him? We're talking about Eddie, cousin Eddie. They reinstated his bond, right? I think he's got some health concerns, and maybe that could be why they went that way. Portland Trailblazers TV. Got a new color of courthouse next to your name. Thank you, Portland Trailblazers TV. Appreciate you. You've been here quite a while, and as the courthouse color shows, thank you so much. Okay, Katrina, Samantha Terry, Let It Be Summer. Good morning. Patches is here. PFog, I saw you got a gifted membership from Fractured today. Congratulations. Red Pen, Bobby Hansen, Let It Be Summer. Again, I'm repeating here a little bit. Denise Feldman Ersland. Let's see, Judy. Michaela R. Angie, Lynn Hoke. Don C. Angie. Aaron Estes, good morning. Weather Watch is here. Good morning, Weather Watch. Not a Drama Llama. Katerina Scarcella. Carolyn Hakes. Let's see, Matthew Harris, we got you. Samantha, Angie. Cyber Writer. I'm trying to see all the new people here. I Rescue Dogs is here. Good morning. Judy at Love, My Dandelion is here. Michelle Phillips, First Lady A, Jennifer Perrott, I think. Mac, this is the worst daylight savings time, cold turkey. This is worse. It's bad. Pete Stone, good morning. Court should start in an hour. That's correct. They're testing. I can show you. They're testing the video. We should have 3 video feeds today. It's going to look like this. So we have 3 windows. So that's optimistic. I'm already on I have 3 live feeds going. So I can, hopefully, if I can play with this right, I might be able to make each one of them be full screen, so we can position things around the way I like without having to use the WebEx to shape the interviews. And then I can also get some sound tweaks and stuff going. The fun part about that, I'm nerding out just a little bit, but I'll do this. The fun part about this is that I can make each channel or each camera be tuned
Check the
for their
burner
audio.
text message from 505 area code.
Check the burner text message. Brianne Malcolm, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see. 505, the Create Your Own Bingo card. I've seen a couple of these. A couple of them are really good. Let's see what this one is here. Just one second. Freebingocards.com, bingo card generator. Oh, you enter a title and you enter your words, and boom, then you're done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Looks like a 16 square. Oh, 1 through 75 or 1 through 90 bingo cards. Options, you can change the grid size to be automatic, 3x3, 4x4, 5x5. This is a pretty cool little app. I mean, it's myfreebingocards.com. I might take a look at that. Thank you very much, Brianne Malcolm, for that link. I like everyone be able to put their own like random thing that you never thought would happen in court on their bingo card. That's why I have a hard time making it for everyone. I don't want to have everyone's boxes already filled in. I want to have blanks that you can put your own stuff in there. Michelle Phillips, I Rescue Dogs, Tony Fortune, Red Pen, Michaela R, Weather Watch, we got you. Hip Hop Flip Flop, welcome. I think I know 6-volt bus is out there somewhere because we've been emailing back and forth a little bit and texting. AJ, good morning. How's the ankle doing this morning, AJ? Hope it's healing nicely. James Peacock, Minsky, I see you as well. Suzanne, Cope and Whiskey, Judy, Carrie Arnold, Shells, James Peacock, Giant Rat that makes all the rules. Farah C. Linda Hill. Ven, good morning, Ven. You beat me here. You're early. Rhonda on a globe. Good morning, Richard. Pampered Glamper is here. I've got to clear off the words. I know they're not going to appear on the screen for a little bit, but this is the only way I can go fast through chat. H-Frame, Let It Be Summer, Diana Caruthers. Laura Pertula. I got that right, I think, Laura. TLC Bell, Kevin. Rev Minister is here. Denise Dominguez, good morning from Cali. Good to have you here, Denise. Tracy Anzar, Red Pen. Heather Collins. Sharon McDonald owns the internet today. She's here. Ann G. KQD, good morning. Weather report from KQD. We get one every morning. First chat. 27 degrees Fahrenheit in the front yard. We have 3 inches of snow on the sidewalk. Pickles, not politics today, please. Yes, that's what we're following today. I realize there's all sorts of other stuff happening in the world. And quite frankly, there are other places to go that if you want to talk about that will probably suit you better than here. We're going to try to steer clear of the politics of whatever's happening and focus on this court case, which is enough. Our hands will be full with this case. I can promise you that. We might need the tissues today, and I'm by myself. Let me just say, when I'm by myself, this morning, Mrs. RA took the 4 little RAs and took them on a field trip. So they're in Raleigh, going on a field trip today. They won't be back till later tonight. So I am literally by myself. The best part about being all by yourself in the morning, when you have a family with 8 people in it that live at home, is you can have a bathroom all to yourself for getting ready. So it was like, yay, I can take a shower without somebody banging on the door. I need to use the bathroom type thing, you know. And so nice, relaxing morning. I will say that Mrs. RA got me a new a brand of deodorant. Maybe this is too much information for you guys, but I'm sharing anyway, because until I hear the buffer sound, I'll know that I'm oversharing. But I put it on, and immediately it feels like a glue stick, not deodorant. I'm not sure what. I'm not going to out the company because it might just be me, but it feels like putting on a glue stick instead of deodorant. So if my arms like do this today and I can't reach for the buttons, you'll know that my armpits are glued together with what should have been deodorant this morning. Anyway, now you know. I apologize in advance. Oh, or after the fact. Mrs. Wollover, Kids Can Draw, welcome. Good to have you here. Katerina Scarcella, Gordon as well. Good morning. KX Star, I see you there. Let's see, Lisa, Pete Stone, JR EPTX, Sweet Serenity, good morning to you. Pampered Glamper, trying to get caught up here. Denise, KH in South Carolina, Red Pen, Jen Lin, Jason Ski, how is Thailand treating you? Or is it Taiwan? I think Taiwan. Pretty sure it's Taiwan. It starts with a T. That's as much as I can offer first thing in the morning, Jason. Queen Olive, Perfectly Imperfect Lisa is here. Abby UK, wonderful to have you here, Abby. Let It Be Summer. Let's see. Debbie Blair, Jan Lynn, Don C. Good morning. Looking fresh and fine this morning, and deodorized or glued, as the case may be. Michelle Phillips, Queen Olives, Collie 05, Sharon Connett, Christy Busby. Good morning. Hip Hop Flip Flop is here. Michaela R. Lee. No warning about the water. I do apologize, Lee. I'm sorry. I'm just barely getting to that point. Gail B. Goospin. Lisa Buzz Nevermore. AJ. Yep, I did the water first thing. I needed a drink is what it was. I make no apologies. Pat Hansen. Just Ginge. Let's see. Jekko 4E. Red Pen, Rachel Wood is late, she says, but you're here. That's good. Christine Hathaway Cooley, Debbie Blair, Lisa Havlicek, Randy Rabbit, Lee, I see you as well. Gabby Gabs, Lolly G, Reagan Luna 18, Yellow Submarine is here. Good morning. Roxanne O. Oh, I just skipped a bunch. I just updated. Man, I thought I was so close.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The downside of having no kids here, now that I've given you the upside about being able to get ready in peace, is that if I need something brought to me, I have to get up and get it myself. So, let's see, who else did I miss? We had. Might have to have you raise your hands in chat. It's getting to be a small crowd here, Kelly Seibald, welcome to the gallery. Welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Good to have you here this morning. Ivan Victor is here. got permits for these guns. It's all the camera angle,
Kitty just
and you're
sent a
funny.
super sticker with 2.99.
Who was the super sticker? Hang on, I'm down at the bottom. Hello Kitty, hello Kitty. Thank you very much. Says, how's it going? Thanks for the super sticker. Hello Kitty. Okay, I'm gonna stick to people who raise their hands in chat now because I cannot keep up. Ace of Swords 0, Sweetheart, Dylan's mom, Jeff Owens, 80s Music Man, Lee, Girl in Texas, Arkansas Magnet Fisher, Grandma Nancy, Gordon. Yes, Taiwan. Thank you. I knew it was one of the two. AJ, Thelma, Ivan, John Blake, Big Mike, Paul Skibby, JC Tratnik. Good morning. Baby Bear, Hold Your Horses. Hold Your Horses is here. Missy Baker, Bonnie Smith. It's going to be a good day today, guys. Canadian Mama Bear, Laura, Denny, Bella, Randy Rabbit, Debbie Blair, Jiggly Jules, Carl Hersel, hello, welcome. Looking for some hands here to see if I missed anybody. P-Fog says, I honestly thought Defense's opening was great. He called out jurors who wouldn't even look at him. I thought that woke him up. I agree, and I wonder, P-Fog, if we could go and ask him after this case is over why he did that. I would wonder if he actually deviated from his script, or if he had that as an option in case the jury wasn't following along. But he called him out. He's like, some of you won't even make eye contact with me. Some of you won't even look at me. And then the whole I quit and almost walking out the door, maybe that caught their attention a little bit. But a little drama, a little dramatic, but it may work. Let's see. Paul, Girl in Texas. AJ Tag is here. Julie Frazier, good morning. Good afternoon. I have no patience for waiting all day for this to start. Yeah, what's with them being, in the western part of the country? It makes it more difficult than on the rest of us. Bobby Hansen, hello. Welcome. I see you, Arkansas Magnet Fisher. Roxy Moser, good to have you, Roxy. Joan Parkin, Thelma, Miss Me. Okay, let's see. Denny. Tita Carrion. Lady Writer. Okay, I think I've got most people. Arkansas Magnet Fisher. I'm just looking for hands. Right now. Susan Bond, Lil Miss, Pampered Glamper, Silly Claus, Paul Skibby, Eileen Thurling, Hope S, Miss Me, Christy Busby, Tita Carrion, Lady Writer, Wendy, Casey Jones, Bobby Hansen, Carolina Girl, Patty J, Jackie P, 1954, Big Mike, Ted Lewis, O-Town Chill. Good morning, O-Town. How do you guys like your snow this morning? Sandy Fields, Norma Go, Tag, Cass, Miss Beasy, Rockin' Dawkins, South Carolina, Wendy. Let's see, great timing yesterday on the police chase. Every time I see one, I want to watch another one. Kevin, you can spend your whole life in front of YouTube watching police chases. That's why I had to commit. Early on, I committed that we would only watch recent police chases. So if it happened within the last couple days and it was a good one and it happened while we were busy with court, we might watch it. But other than that, we just follow the live ones, and that's it. That's how I restrain myself from not just only watching police chases for the rest of my life. Lisa, good morning. Jojo Peter, Marilyn Skull, Pauline. I think I'm mostly caught up. Who else do I have? Groovy Jill, hello, I'm a lurker. Not anymore. Once you're in chat, you're officially a chatter. Let's see. Marilyn Skull, Susan H, Sozy, Golden Mom 513. Good morning. India Artworks, good to have you here. I will pronounce it correctly from now on. Now that you've told me. Lily, Lily. I used to be able to say your last name, and a couple times I've got it mostly correct. Lily Georgieva. Is that close enough? Good to have you here, Lily. I apologize. I can get your first name every time. Bullwinkle Sprinkles, I see you. Mike McIntyre, good to have you here as well. Marina Girl. I think that's it. The Brown Barn, good morning. Just about done with roll call here, and we'll get started. So we're just, everyone take your seat. We'll be ready. French Fry, Michelle Richardson, Tower Hill Girl. I think that's it. Okay, trial starts, Silly Claus. Good question, first of all. Trial starts in about 40 minutes. We're going to cover a couple things first. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. Did a great job owning the internet previously. Kim Maron, good to have you as well. Nice haircut. I just combed it. That's all. The difference between yesterday and today, a comb. I found the defense quite compelling, I have to say. Okay, so here's what I want to talk about. Rosie from Tucson, it's me. I see you. Okay, I think that's it. I think we got everyone. If I missed you, like French Fry, Michelle Richardson, Tower Hill Girl, anybody, I do apologize. I'm trying my best. Stephanie Willis. If you come in after this, you have to say ! Late in chat, and that puts you on the roll. All right. We want to talk about the openings because that's all we had yesterday. First of all, the openings were interesting. I would say the opening from the state was probably one of the best openings I've heard in a very, very long time. Sorry, why is my key not keying properly? Should I fix it or do we leave it? Well, now I broke it further. Everything's going green for some reason. Okay, I'll be over here. Maybe that'll fix it. I'll fix it later. All right. Opening from the state was, I think, amazing. It was absolutely incredible. We had the timing was good.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yes, I'm kicked back, taking it easy right now. The timing was good. The delivery of information was easy to follow. The wording was direct. It wasn't so long that it felt like, when is he going to finish? Unfortunately, the content was very heavy, and I think as hard as it was to listen to, he used just the right amount of props as far as video or photographs and things like that. I think it was super impactful. He also prefaced what the defense was going to say about insanity with the definition of insanity, and I think it was great. And then it turns over to defense. Defense, I think, had an uphill battle from the start, and when they started, I think it was very clear. Even though we cannot see the jury, we could not even see the attorney for a large part of him speaking because he's just standing right in front of the jury. You can tell the jury wasn't comfortable. They wouldn't look him in the eye. They didn't like him. They didn't like what he was doing. And he called them out. He says, hey, you guys won't look me in the eye. You guys think I'm a piece of crap for representing her. And, because of what she did, all this evidence. And frankly, he said, all this evidence, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Okay. What you saw when you looked on the screen here during the opening for the state, and you were like, oh my goodness, that turns my stomach. That is just barely getting started. It is going to get so much worse. The details are so much worse than even now you think it is. And even now you've prejudged the case. You look at my client and say she's guilty. Okay, throw the book at her type thing. You look at me and you think I'm a snake for defending her. And he just calls him out and he says, what's the point? And he turns and he walks and he's like, I might as well just quit. And he goes and almost walks out of the room. And I wonder at what point because we couldn't hear what he was saying, but I think he was silent as he was walking down the aisle and away. Once he steps away from the mic, we can't hear anything because the noise gate on the microphone is set so high that they basically have to yell into it to be heard. Hopefully they fix that today as they work with the audio. But as he's walking down there, I wonder at what point the jury sort of like, what this is weird, this is different, this is not what I expected, and at least got their attention. But I think he did, at least to some extent, get the attention of some of the jurors that were not paying attention. And then he basically said, look, right now, if the case were to, if we handed this over to you right now and say, jury, make a decision, you have to find my client innocent, not guilty, because the state has not proved the case. There's no evidence yet. You have to listen to the evidence. He says, at least listen to the evidence before you judge this. That's all. And then he says, and then if you find her guilty, fine, that's justice, right? But at least listen to the evidence before you decide. He just wants to have a foot in the door where he can get in and present an idea that maybe will take hold. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what questions. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat just a little bit, and I do apologize. Christy NZ says, hi, Recovery Addict. Interesting interview to watch through Aussie Overload with Zach Anderson's brother. It's live at the moment, but watch later. Okay, I'll keep that on. I'll keep that on the back burner. It'll be interesting what the brother says. She did actually try to escape from jail. Oh my goodness, the facts of this case are bizarre. Just looking at the number of stories she's told, how crazy the stories are and how divergent they are. Everything from all sorts of strange men with several different names that harmed her and her kids. A bicycle, purchasing a bicycle and crashing it on a test drive. The cartel being involved. This is crazy, but I don't think she's insane. I don't think she's insane because of all the rational things she did that show that she knew what she was doing was wrong. Okay, let's see. Stop beating horses, as I sold your horses. It's way too quiet in here. No, it's good. Lurking while working, Thelma, that's allowed. We'll allow that. I'll try to control my tongue. I mean, my typing finger today. This is going to be an emotional trial. It is, and let me say this up front. I understand 100% if you need to step away, and I would not ask you to stay if for some reason listening to this will put you in a bad space or set you back from wherever you are and how life should be for you and how you should feel going about life. I 100% understand. I do feel it's important for me to
so happy to see your channel growing.
Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate your super chat. I was just saying I feel it's very important for me to join Team Gannon. I think he deserves justice. If everyone who was uncomfortable and felt, just felt sick when they heard the facts of this case left and weren't able to listen, like some of the family member will have to do because it's so personal to them, who would be there representing Gannon? Who would be there to make sure that this process, to see it through for him? So I feel that we can do that through social media as well, through this, that we can support Gannon as in the quest for justice there. Will be hard. It will be very, very hard. So I understand if you guys need to take a break or go somewhere else. I'm looking for an opportunity to maybe have another video, maybe in the evening that's short. I don't know how I can work it time-wise because you know what I do all day. I'm live all day. But I would like to have something else, even if it's just on Thursdays, because we know this court is going to take a break every Thursday. I guess the judge has pickleball or something. I don't know what it is. But I'm looking forward to having a break, and it might be a Thursday break, or we can look at another case, or either catch up on the Lori Vallow trial, as you know, that's all audio, and we have to sort of listen after the fact and summarize that. But I'm trying to find something because I do think I think it's fun. It's good for us to be together, but if this particular case is not good for you, I'd like to find something else where you can at least be a part of the group during this time, which might be long. Honestly, I can't see how it can go 8 weeks. How in the world can this trial go 8 weeks if you have somebody who's not saying, hey, I didn't do it. They're just saying, I did it, but I didn't know that I was, what I was doing was wrong. So the questioning from the defense on every cross-examination, or most of them, should be like, yeah, no questions. Yeah, we accept all these facts. Yep, this is the fact. This is what happened. This is the evidence. Yep, we accept it. Now, when it comes to her mental state, I'm sure there's going to be some very vigorous cross, as that's what they're trying to push, is that she was, not mentally there when she committed the crime. But it seems like if that is their defense, the NGI defense, it should be a quicker trial. Why would they argue all the facts of what she did if their defense is not that I didn't do it? Anyway, we'll need some legal minds to step in and maybe fill in those answers for us. We'll also see as the case begins. Okay, the poor sciatica lady. Oh my goodness. Hopefully the chairs they offer them are great. You're actually pulling me from EDB. I may be converting to you. Missing People, EDB is amazing. She has a wealth of information and experience that I do not have, nor could ever match. I love her energy and everything. She has a few more cursey words than we have here, but other than that, I'm a huge fan of Emily D. Baker. This is also a fun place. This is, as she says, she has some of the best people on YouTube as well in her audience, and I think there's a lot of overlap there. Okay, Thursday we may need puppy roll calls. We could do like a pet Thursday. We did early on when I first started live streaming. We did our recovery weekends for a couple of weeks. But then I realized that I need some time with my family as well, and the weekends were, sort of dedicated for that. But it was fun to do a lot of pet roll calls and share dozens and dozens of pet pictures. The burner phone just blew up with pet pictures when we were doing that. There seems to be some confusion in chat about her plea. Could you please clarify? AJ, it's my understanding that she has changed her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. That is what they're going for. So unless I hear otherwise, I'm gonna stick with that as being the case.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. Let's see. All right, we both have 6 kids, 4 boys and 2 girls. I can't see anybody hurting children, whether they're yours, stepchild, no bueno. But America, you do get proper representation no matter how evil one is. Yes, and that is important to the system. I think it was Ivan who said yesterday when he called in that when we defend the freedom of speech, we're defending the right for someone else to say something we don't like. That's how we defend freedom of speech. We don't defend freedom of speech by saying, you have to agree with me to be able to talk. And so in this case as well, justice is making sure she has a good defense. That's how the system works. So we want that for her. But if she's guilty, we'd also like to see her found guilty. That would also be justice for Gannon. Thank you, Samantha Terry. Appreciate that. Let's see. Wisconsin has Mendota, which is a state hospital for the criminally insane. It's where these pleas end up. It's where Ed did all his time. He never went to actual prison. Okay. I think the defense in their opening statement mentioned that if you found her not guilty by way of insanity, she wasn't just going to walk free. She would still be held accountable, but more for her mental state than for the crime. But it's possible that you can become competent and then be let out. So I don't know exactly how that would work. 8 weeks. I cannot see it going that long, Patty. I really can't. I don't know how they can plan that long. They have like 50 witnesses, and unless they're all expert witnesses, that's a long time for each witness. All right. Okay, so what we have, half an hour until trial begins. Let's see, I've got 1, 2. I need one more video. Where's my last video? So we're here. Of course, my kids have been playing games on the Apple TV, so I have to reset it up. Let's follow. All right, so I've got my 3 sources for this. I'm going to keep an eye on Law and Crime just to see what's happening there. But we also have 2 other. I have 3. I have 4 sources. Yay! It's going to be a fun day. So we have camera 3, which is ready. We have camera 6, which is ready. We have camera 7, which is going to have to be cropped a little bit. Okay, we're all good. The case in St. Pete's, Florida. Patty, what case is that? Is that the other one that the Law and Crime's following right now? Tag, your sentiment that you're sharing right here was resoundingly echoed during the defense's statement. I was watching chat, and I was being quiet during the statements. I don't like speaking over them, but as we heard the defense saying she did all this because her childhood was bad, there was a whole nope, you can't just blame it on that type thing idea that came through chat. Let's see. Rosie from Tucson. Here, I think you mailed me something, Rosie. I mean, not since the pickle. Since the pickle, we've had something. Sorry, I lost my picture. I'm going to have to send my son to the post office really quickly. I was going to go this morning. It's open now. But we went. My kids love going to the post office. Right? They go there and they all want to take turns opening the box. And I bought the smallest post office box that's available. So it's like a little tiny, you can barely fit your hand in type post office box. And so every time something comes to me, there's a little paper in there saying, "Oh, you received something, but it's too big for the box. You have to go in through the office." So we have to wait for the office hours to be open to get it. And so we opened the box last night, and there was a little paper in there that says, "You received something, but it's too big for the box." So I'm guessing, Rosie, that's what it is. So not yet, but we'll have to go check it out. Rockin' Doctor says, "I'm intellectually interested in the multiple personality defense. I think this will be an education on this. It'll be interesting to see how they present this and what experts they use." They found Talon in an alligator's mouth after Dad threw him in the river. Oh my goodness. That's a crazy case. Okay, the teenager I told you about, him killing his parents, that case was in 95. But he's still in the mental ward. They say he's improving, but he had an undiagnosed mental disorder, got insanity plea. Not excuse. Plenty of folks have a terrible childhood. Yes, agreed. Father in custody, mother unalived, 2-year-old child missing, child found in the mouth of alligator, unalived too. Oh, man. That's a rough case, Patty, as well. I think the St. Pete case she's referred to is the one where the surgeon killed the lawyer. That would be interesting. That's a recent one, right? I mean, that's like straight from the headlines, where he went into the bathroom or something and never came out type thing, got killed in the bathroom. I was in OKC taking my kids to the doctor all day and got caught up last night when I got home and rolled my eyes a lot at the defense's dramatic opening. I wish we could have heard it better. Tag, I honestly do. I wish they would mic people up with a roving, like a lapel mic or something, so we could hear everything that's going on. Because the audio is pretty bad. I am optimistic that the 3 video feeds we're going to have today are going to have good mics. Hopefully, we have most of the prosecution done from the questioning done from a podium and not roving around the courtroom, sort of like the opening statements, which were, if that was an indicator, we're in for trouble audio-wise. Do you know how to get in touch with the prosecution on this case? I'd be so willing to testify to the fact that did not make you insane, legally insane. I think they have plenty on this one. I think they've got this buttoned up, honestly, but I'm not sure if they're responding or searching for anything else. They've already filed all their experts that they're going to use. The only thing that they don't have is if there's something presented that they weren't expecting from the defense, then they're going to have they have a chance for a rebuttal expert witness or a rebuttal witness. Largo's the lawyer went missing. The plastic surgeon looks guilty, very guilty. Man. Yeah. You don't get to walk free if insanity, they still forcibly commit you. But what happens if you, while you're committed, you regain your sanity? What happens at that point? Do they keep you in the insane asylum when you can now pass all the tests? Tish, yes, the family left during some of that. They will probably leave during several bits of testimony throughout the trial. So they can't retry them, though, because they're found not guilty. It would be double jeopardy to try them again. If I was wearing a lapel mic yesterday, you would have heard a lot of sighing, just saying, says Tag. Yeah, we'll see how this goes today. It may start off very, very heavy, like just right on the deep end. If she had PsychoDoc, send the address to the lawyer for Sarah Boone. Seriously, Sarah Boone's lawyer is looking everywhere and anywhere in the nation for someone who will testify on Sarah Boone's behalf for $10,000. That's their budget. We need Nicole. Nicole, it's early in the morning. It's early in the morning. She's on the West Coast, so. Insane should be a lifelong designation. Otherwise, it's asking to be manipulated and used to circumvent justice. It's not double jeopardy because it's a competency hearing. Well, this trial, it could end with the jury saying not guilty because she's insane. That was a trial. She's full on trial. The other option is guilty. Life in prison without parole. So she's on trial. And you can't be tried for the same crime twice. I don't know. You rang. Matthew, we're curious about insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity, and the effects after the fact. Criminally, what an accused person could face, or somebody who's found not guilty by reason of insanity, what they could face later on if there's an option. I'm not sure if you have any time to call in. That would be cool if you can, but no pressure. What have I missed? Nothing. What are in the plans, Veronica? We're just getting started. Court is. Let me pull up some pictures for you so you can see we're not missing anything. Box 1 is going to be camera 3. Okay. So we have we're waiting. We're in the WebEx right now to join. Well, the WebEx is going. There's no cameras are running yet. In Canada, you get out. The Greyhound subject matter jurisdiction. The Greyhound cannibal murder was not guilty by reason of insanity. He was released after 2 years. So far, he's fine. So fingers crossed. In some states, they started to remove the double jeopardy rule. I'd have to hear about that, 80s Music Man. You'll do it. Tish, do it. Do it. All the cases around right now are super heavy. There's very few that aren't. But this would be awesome, Richard. It would be amazing if we can start getting some access to some of the courtrooms that have been historically closed to us. Glad to help. Hey, we've got Mutt calling in. Just one second.
Call from
Scott.
Mutt, how's it going?
How goes it?
Oh, it's another morning just getting ready for trial.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Listen, I wanted to clarify my statement. The DID, that's more commonly known as multiple personality disorder. They've changed the designation of it. It now stands for dissociative identity disorder.
Okay, but it was what we used to know as multiple personality.
Correct.
It's like the artist formerly known as Prince type thing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, the artist formerly known as Prince, and yes, I was engaged to a young lady who actually had been abused to the point that she did suffer from DID. So while I'm not an expert, I've had some firsthand experiences with my former fiance who did suffer from this due to severe sexual and physical abuse. But that said, she did not ever abuse either one of the three girls.
Yeah.
So I can't buy that they're going to use this as a defense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear, honestly, how they try to present this. Let's see. Lil Miss was asking, I forget, is the state responsible for proving she's not insane, or is defense responsible for proving she is? There are some defenses You know, a lot of times, Lil Miss, and I'll come back to you here in just a second, Mutt. A lot of times
No worries.
some of the defenses are what we call an affirmative defense, where you, for instance, you say, I'm not guilty because it was self-defense. That is a defense where you, in your defense, have to prove it was self-defense. The state would then be proving that it's not self-defense. So that's the case. But this would be an affirmative defense where she has to prove that she is mentally insane. Anyway.
Yeah. Let me address Lady Ryder here. If she were still with us, Lady Ryder, I would happily call her, but she passed away in 2019. So, unfortunately, I cannot call her to get the confirmation that you're asking for.
Yeah. Well, that's it's sad. Sorry about that.
It is what I mean. Yeah, I mean it is. It we weren't together at that point, but we had stayed friends. So you know, it was a very traumatic experience, and it was tough even dating when we were engaged, actually. But again, my whole point that I'm trying to make is, even with that, she never once abused any of our girls. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
I can't buy that.
It's not a.
I can't buy that.
DID equals, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
It is, and not at all. You know, I can't buy that.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my point.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much.
Yep, no
Thanks
worries.
for calling in.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
So Matthew Harris chimes in here, says the insanity defense is different from mental competence to stand trial. The insanity defense pertains to the defendant's mental state when she commits the crime. This can lead to acquittal. So the mental competence to stand trial, that's already done. When we begin trial, the mental competence is determined prior to that. That's, I think, Lori Vallow, right? Her mental competency was determined. She was capable or competent enough to stand trial, thus the case proceeds. Once the case is started, we're not going back to look at her mental competence to stand trial. We're looking at her insanity defense, where she may say, I was insane. I don't know what Lori's doing up there. I haven't followed enough yet. But in this case, they're saying, I'm not guilty because at the time I was not mentally competent. And that can lead to an acquittal. Thank you, Matthew. Here's a great graphic on mental defenses, if I can put it on the screen. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Just 1 second. Open link in new tab. Wait for it. I've got to switch around my cameras just a tiny bit. Exit full screen there. I'll bring this over. Okay, so give me 3 seconds. I'm going to have Matthew's graphic on here. Okay, here we go. Get rid of your words here. Matthew, I might need you to call in and walk us through this here. So this is a flow chart. We've got the insanity defense on one side, and guilty but mentally ill and mentally incompetent to stand trial. Those are the three starting points. Mentally incompetent to stand trial on the bottom means the defendant's criminal trial delayed until competency is regained. Think Lori Vallow. Think delay. Guilty but mentally ill, the defendant is guilty, receives mental health treatment while incarcerated. Insanity defense, which is what we believe she's going to, it can end in McNaughton because of mental defect. The defendant does not know the nature or quality of the crime of the act committed, which I think was what they're going for. They don't know that it was wrong. It could be irresistible impulse. Because of mental defect, the defendant cannot control the conduct. You've got substantial capacity. Because of mental defect, the defendant lacks the substantial capacity to appreciate criminality or conduct. Or because of mental defect, the defendant lacks substantial capacity to conform conduct to the law. It can be Durham, where mental defect causes the defendant to commit the crime. Diminished capacity could reduce first-degree murder to second-degree manslaughter if the defendant lacks mental capacity to form first-degree murder intent. Syndrome could be the defense if syndrome negates criminal intent. And there you go. So that's how it splits up. So we're starting here on this top one with the insanity defense, and I believe that that the defense is trying to go the McNaughton route. Let's see who's calling here. This is my building permit. Hang on one second. I've got to take this offline. So they're like, hey, I know somebody came in and paid for all the permits, but no one's pulled any permits. I'm like, I came in and told you asked what I needed to do, but they're like, yeah, you haven't pulled any permits. So apparently I'm doing all this work without a permit, even though they've sent me the permit form to have on display. I don't know. So anyway. McNaughton insanity defense is cognitive and focuses on defendant's awareness rather than the ability to control conduct. Frustrated with the county. All right. That's me. That's as angry as I'm going to get today right there, I think. Let's see. We have briefly the judge popped on. That's why I wanted to show you as he's setting up his camera. Yeah, we've only got 8 minutes, Matthew, so it's going to be quick. I should have had them on. Should have shared in my my permit officer phone call. What's frustrating is she asked me to do something I've already done. Okay, so I'm not done being frustrated. Okay, I get to gripe for just a minute. Can I do that? Will you guys forgive me as we wait for a trial to begin? So we've got. I go up and I pay for the permits. It's like $500 for all the permits, and that covers the inspections and everything. And so I pay for it, and I say, look, I'm doing all this work myself. So what do I need to do? And they're like, oh, here's this, here's that. We'll do all that. We'll send you a permit in the mail. It's fine. So I wait, and it doesn't come in the mail. And I say, hey, I call them up, and I say, hey, haven't got it. And they're like, oh, you have to be patient. We're really far behind. So I wait another week, and then I go up, and I drop in, and I say, hey, I've waited, and it just hasn't arrived. And they're like, who are you? We don't know who you are. We don't know why you're here. We don't know anything about you. Type thing. It's like, well, I did this permit. I filled out this. I paid the fees. Here's the proof. You cashed the check, basically. And they're like, okay, we're just going to hurry. And then right there, they just write out like permit. They grant me the permit right there. Here you go. Out the door. You're fine. And we'll find the paperwork later. I mean, they lost on my building plans, everything. Just last week, finally, the building plans that they had lost just showed up in the mail. They're like, oh, yeah, here it is. And here's your permit. Again, permit number 2. And now they're like, oh, by the way, you have to tell us which companies are doing all the work for you. And I said, I already filled out the form saying I was doing it myself, and you guys lost it. So I get to do that again. Okay, now I'm done. Gripe over. Okay, so here we are. We're waiting for the judge to kick on the camera again, the audio. I didn't hear anything on the audio when that happened. Let's see. We've got audio coming through here. That's good. Okay. These insanity defenses are very well explained by University of Minnesota at this article if you're interested, and help with flowchart. So there's more behind that. The chart was the simplified version, apparently. Yes, it's a hassle, but honestly, things have really worked out really well for us in this, so it's a good thing. They charged me $500. I'm ready to pour concrete and cover up the plumbing and everything, but I need them to come out and measure and make sure I got the right slope and all the drains are headed the right direction so that, poop goes downhill. So I need the plumbing to get a signature and sign off on that. I need all that, but we'll see. A little bit stressful, but we'll get through it. They're pretty good to work with, other than the fact that they're understaffed. They're overworked and understaffed like everybody else right now. Ashley R., welcome. Good to have you here from England. I'm in North Carolina, not in Minnesota. North Carolina. We don't get snow here, at least in the part of the state that I'm in. Okay. I volunteer Calypson's Vixen to be your secretary. She already sort of is. She does so much work already. Let's see. What's your accent from? To me, I don't have an accent. Missing people. I would say probably Western United States is probably how I speak. Okay. Sounds Canadian. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't even fake a Canadian accent very well. Love my neighbors to the north, by the way. I'm not trying to make fun of you. We have some great people up north. Once told a client their address for a building we built, and they did all signs, advertising, etc. Then the USPS told me couldn't have that building number the permit people gave. Oh, so all their signs had the wrong address for their business. Oops. It happens. Accidents happen. All right, I'm going to have a drink of water. We want to get ready. Just everyone take a deep breath. Sounds like SoCal. I've been there a time or two, but just visiting. Everyone take a deep breath. This trial is going to be rough. I will ask just an extra ask. With everything, with the stress of this trial, it's going to be really easy to maybe snap in chat if somebody says something that might come across as hurtful or something like that. We'd just give everyone the benefit of the doubt today that they probably didn't know that what they were saying might be, insensitive or something like that. Let's give them that first benefit of the doubt. And if it sounds like, your response will incite the fire or throw gasoline on the fire, we'd ask that you just take a breath, and if you need to block someone, that's okay. Most of our group here is really good, but occasionally as trial begins, we get some people that pop in that have no idea what we are here, and they don't realize that we're a fun, nice, civil place, and they just jump in doing internet like they've always interneted, and so we have to train them gently. So with all the stress that's going on, just remember, deep breath. We're all friends. We're going to get through this, and we're here to support Gannon in this one. Linda Hill says, member for 2 months. Appreciate you all. Linda, thank you so much. Love to have that green courthouse by your name. Looks great. And I think we had, let's see. What is Shari? Is it Shari? Sherry? I think it's Sherry Johnson admitted to being an addict. You click the subscribe button, which admits to being a true crime addict. Welcome very much, Sherry. Good to have you here. Okay. Poop goes downhill soundbite. Ideally, the way it was explained to me when I was learning about plumbing and sewage plumbing, particularly, Amber, was that a full house is only good when you're playing cards. A flush beats a full house. Any day. But I'd rather have a good flush than a full house when it comes to sewage. Sherry, welcome. Good to have you here. Accent is strong Welsh. Yeah, I appreciate there are definitely going to be people here in chat that have personal experience about some of the factors that are relevant to this case, whether it's through their own life or through the life of a close friend or family member. I appreciate you sharing that and helping us. We're going to try to, as best we can, handle those issues as gently as we can, because honestly, I'm not the expert in this area. I'm really not. So if I misspeak, I appreciate a gentle correction, and I'll accept the correction. Late but horses fed, Ricky Watson, but at least you're here. Yeah, it's a fun group here, Lisa. It's exciting to see it grow. Okay, we are on time for court to begin. I'm waiting for. Let's see.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We should. Okay, I can do a focus window. Okay, just trying to get all my windows ready here.
There's a lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit. Okay. I think we're about ready. As soon as the court kicks on the feed. I refilled the water? No, but I'm going to finish mine, I think. It's already good. This is my other mug. I've got my red mug from yesterday. I need to wash that mug.
Let no dead horse.
Honestly, I usually have my little kids help me get ready for the live stream, and they'll either run and get me water or take a mug in and put it in the dishwasher. And so now I have to clean up after myself.
Bring the jury.
As we're getting ready for this to kick off, quick question. I do know Weather Watch is here in chat, or at least he's sort of
I'm not a cat.
monitoring well. He looks at the weather systems. Are we in trouble today with more tornadoes here in the central U.S.? It's a little bit away from me, so usually we only get a little bit of wind. Like tonight we'll get some wind from it, but. Letecia was she at least stood up when the jury came in and out. So that was good. I think when sorry, a truck's like revving its engine with no muffler outside my house. When during the opening statements, one of her attorneys sat. It looked like his back was to her, like he was sitting in his chair, turned and reclining with his back to his client, which was an odd look, but I think actually he was backed up a little bit so that the jury could see the client better and not through him. I'm going back and watching that. But I think she's still going to be in that corner by the wall. I think that's beneficial for them. Here's the video. Okay, we have a court video. There's camera number 1. At least they've straightened it. Thank you, thank you.
Bring the jury.
We're going to have a court video, a witness video, and the judge video. There's the judge. That one's good. And now let's do the witness video. High fire alert in Oklahoma. It's bad. I saw a lot of the news with fires burning there, which is just crazy. You don't think that wintertime would be bad for that. Angelica, I've got a 12-year-old boy, and yeah, this was hard to listen to. Judge is here. I think they'll turn on the camera for the witness when one is there. The courtroom stood for them. It's a fairly small court.
The jury's not present in the courtroom. Oh, thank you. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, I've got to change this audio setting. It's driving me nuts. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm building everything right now for how I want the view to be. So give me a little bit to be distracted. It's just as bad as Friday. Oh my goodness, Patricia, that's awful. And preparing my own lunch. Thanks for reminding me. I will not have food brought to me today.
Just I am Todd. Is that what you did? I can hear him back there. So
testing the tornado sirens. Listen for those, Patricia. Scary stuff. Will they change court cameras? They're going to be fixed.
All right, for the jury, please.
Just a side note, those judges' robes can be $450. It's like buying a suit. I've been shopping for one. Okay, let's see what else we have. A sub count before court starts? I have not looked.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the day, as we will every day from here on out, with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right, yesterday we finished the day with the opening statements of both the prosecution and the defense. At this point in time, the prosecution will be calling their witnesses. Mr. Allen, call your first witness, please. Mr. Stauch, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
I believe this is Gannon's dad. He's getting hugs from family.
Mr. Stauch, if you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Ron. How will you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the record?
Al Stauch, and that's Stauch, and Gannon's father.
Al, I wanted to start by talking a little bit about you.
You may.
I have to step away. I've got my
People's Exhibit.
permit guy here.
What is People's Exhibit number 1?
That's my boy.
In? Yes, say yes or no.
Yes.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Defense? Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I would object to it.
I can't see it.
It's just in front.
Okay. We need to take it down, though, if it's all right.
I want to have you tell the jury a little bit about your son. How old was he when you lost him?
He's 11.
When was he born?
September 29th, 2008. No, he was 4 months early. 1 pound and 6 ounces.
Who is Gannon's mother?
Landon Hyatt. I think her name's Bullard now. Landon Bullard.
Were you married with Landon when Gannon was born?
I was, yes.
Gannon have a little sister?
Yes. Lena.
Straight for the jury, how big Gannon was? First got the whole.
Yeah, so as I said, he was born on September 29th, and it was about a month after that. I think it was October 20th. I got to hold him for the first time, and that's how big he was right there. And the last time I ever got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well. 6 months after he died.
Was he in the hospital for a short amount of time after?
Yeah, I believe we brought him home in January, if I remember correctly, towards the end of January or sometime in January of 2009. So about 3.5 months in the hospital.
Did he have any issues that he had to overcome?
Yeah, early on he had a lot of lung issues. Actually, while he was in the hospital, he had quite a number of surgeries. Hernia, he had some, like I said, I think it was lung collapse one time, so he had a chest tube. Also was on a feeding tube and a lot of things that go along with being a preemie. After that, he did take a while to overcome his lung issues. He had pneumonia and RSV, I think at the same time at one point. The only two long-lasting things he had from it, he just had some stomach issues where he had trouble going to the bathroom, and then he did have ADHD.
Did he sort of lag in size to kids similarly aged?
Not really. I mean, other than at his birth, obviously he was very, very small, 1 pound, 6 ounces. But once he caught up, I think we held him back a grade or a year just to allow him to catch up a little bit in size. But no, you couldn't tell any difference with the fifth graders the year he died. So.
Where was he born? What state?
South Carolina, Florence, South Carolina.
When did you all move to?
I moved to Colorado in February of 2019. My Tisha and the kids had come a month earlier. I was stationed in Alaska prior to that. So.
What did Gannon like to do for fun?
Oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So.
Up on your witness stand, you should also have a binder there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It's going to get a little crowded up there. Small camera there. Standing in front of me. See there too. Should be the first exhibit.
Yes.
What is people's exhibit?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Information of people's.
Defense. Exhibit number 2 will be admitted. All right. Oops. There you go.
Where was that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So how old was Lena?
2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of, being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the relationship like between you?
Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just gonna miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister, and one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away, so that was kind of the theme for us: just be with your sister and be together,
Were you and you can? How long were you and Landon married?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when I met her and went out with her and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her own?
She did. Harley.
You move in that binder to People's Exhibit number 3. Is that a picture of ours?
Sure is.
With a very accurate picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time I move for admission of People's Exhibit. Okay.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that photo?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was. Somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina. So she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina?
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
When did you and the defendant get?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
You identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's wearing?
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
What do you do for work now?
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about National Guard is typically,
yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty.
you said that you're full.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sir.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017.
Did within to the last.
Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there. I had my two children with me, Lena and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit. When what was the custody status?
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house, so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her, and that was the initial agreement.
And when you said she, just so that the record is clear, you're talking about Landon.
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
At some point, custody.
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, driving to, I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
When did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here beginning of January, getting a house set and everything.
Record is clear, you keep safety.
The defendant, yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is it a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of People's Exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tellini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Substitute for a moment. Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS, and then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February.
Okay. So February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that house?
I went directly to the house from the airport.
Okay. This already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through Just a general description of that house. Was it a two-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor and a basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furnace room was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I called it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as well.
Where was the bedroom that you ended up?
On the main floor.
And then was there a level above that?
Negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
In the basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So two bedrooms?
2 bedrooms total, yep.
And then kid bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, the laundry room, so.
And then what about downstairs?
Downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the, I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement. And then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit book? You can look at people's 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up when.
Okay.
What are those photos of?
Just different viewpoints of the house you want me to go through specifically?
Yeah, so are the pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence?
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So People's Exhibit 5, is that the front of the house?
Yeah, there would be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door, yes.
People's Exhibit 6, what is that?
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left and then a view of the living room. That's walking into the house farther, you can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is. Same thing, it's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, the stairs down, and then the garage entryway there.
That would be the upstairs living room?
Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom as soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Are those all fair and accurate representations of those areas of the home that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of People's 5 through 12. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So it's the front. Here's the garage door.
It is.
Moving on to People's 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended pointer behind it.
No.
Other side. Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes. Okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and nothing is. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us that the furthest you're from, you can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I used as my closet, actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People's exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yep, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing. Here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around that corner there?
Yeah, you have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us, and this would have been a window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
if you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, right, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom. And then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here. And then into that, through that door would be into the garage.
Okay. People's 12.
And that is the garage.
Whose car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I can claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff?
Yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was, just to my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, I actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for Mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that, but that's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said Mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting right over there. Yeah.
Okay. So you would make some furniture?
Yeah, some furniture.
And then also cutting boards?
Cutting boards and stuff like that, yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again.
Okay.
It should be the next exhibit, number 34. Do you see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to 34.
Flip to 34, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You're going to move for admission and permission to publish People's 34.
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here, it's red and blue one, and colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container, it was gray. Built it out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB, what does that mean?
OSB it's like plywood, different types of plywood. It's a generic term for it. So. Particle board is another word that's used commonly.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31.
Okay.
And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through.
31.
Thank you.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
There's a couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20.
I'm sorry.
And
yeah.
21. I think there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, there's carpet. This is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs, and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, you know, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So
would the kids spend time on their own down there?
Oh yeah, a lot. Because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here, as that was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
it's hard to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there. But.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually. It's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday, and then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home. The defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner, and then my mom was leaving that night, so I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight, and then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And then it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA, and I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No.
How old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102, and that was, so she was 17, approaching 18.
How old was Gannon?
11.
And Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she...
well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
I'm confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there, is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area. And this is when I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called it a storage room, but
storage room, okay.
Unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you'd have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah, now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21. So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
Let's see how they handle this. I'm working on getting a close-up of the defendant, if I can.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed. And as I mentioned before, you can see the remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys. And then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room, as we're looking at it to the right. This was a storm well or whatever. Remember, we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that
Uh,
essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room, so.
Was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the?
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right, yeah, it'd be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
So now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called as when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her, because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So.
Okay. And then People's 23?
Yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
Sorry, I'm messing with the stuff trying to get this.
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home by the street lights. So we just implemented that, and he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her. That he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so that I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
No, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues, and then sometime in the evening you learned that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Had not come home.
And that all comes from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew. He would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Okay. No.
All right. There was that, and so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically, you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back to, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs I don't remember, to be honest, but I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. Does she have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my...
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive?
Oh, does she have one?
At that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen Tiguan.
Okay. What color was it?
Black.
Okay. What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, couldn't get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So. Did
she actually then come out to Colorado?
She did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So.
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627 Mandan Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing, and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay, so, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just gonna speak to
right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point, then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? And I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her. The defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
She did, absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Messed up on me. Let me switch it back. Hang on.
Within the first week.
Okay.
I don't remember exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay. And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
'26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I moved for admission of 21 through 31.
Oh, you're right. That's right. Yep. I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell, but
it's hard to tell. I mean, that, you may be specific here. I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but.
So I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
This belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it. And I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
Yeah. In my sweater, I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir. There were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29?
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley?
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's belongings?
Those are Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out, the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now, Judge. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers. Yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir. It was like the kid's phone. Yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
Okay. And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay. So 843 area.
So they're doing some phone numbers here. I'm not sure if they're still active phone numbers.
724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know who the cell phone provider was?
It was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area. Sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
I think I'm going to get rid of the judge. The problem is the judge's box is giving us some trouble.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier. Nissan
Okay.
Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Okay. Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said?
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver.
Was it white maybe?
Maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue?
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, because I asked, it brings back to memory, I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former coworker, whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that, and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her, any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones, so Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Okay. I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So, yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. You know, I didn't have custody of the kids at that point, so we were a little bit more free and, you know, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her?
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house, and it was either, I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what year?
Something like that, 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, made it up to Sergeant First Class, E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. I had, as soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to visit?
The defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
They're not showing the stand. They just don't have a camera on it. I'm not sure if they're going to have one tomorrow. We had heard there was going to be a witness stand camera, but they're not offering one right now. And the courtroom is one.
When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska, if you can tell us?
Yeah, so I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
you said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again, yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard.
Okay.
Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument?
Yes,
in
sir.
2017.
In don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions, so okay. I got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about me taking the job in Alaska. That was a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supportive, but all indications were no.
Was that the sort of the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes,
when this fight occurred?
Yes, sir, in the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever, just said, I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. You can take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication in those. I didn't talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So, yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while. But she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. There would have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but.
Did the defendant ever tell you? Did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So.
Give Alaska back to Russia?
Just give it to them because it's so bad up there.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
In this time period that we're talking about where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
By the end, that's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Counsel approach, please.
Okay, I need them to mute this here. Okay, this is good. The fact that they're muting this means that I don't have to. This is the first sidebar. That's one of the only 2 restrictions the judge has given me on being able to restream this webinar, the WebEx setup. I realize you guys want to see the defendant. I'm working on getting the defendant and the judge visible at the same time. I'm trying to enlarge the defendant as much as we can. Limited a little bit on that, but I found a way around it. So give me a second. We'll have that built. I do apologize. The court is not offering a view of the witness, and we were told that we would be able to see the witness, but for some reason either they haven't turned the camera on or something. We just do not have a witness. At least we have good audio. I'm taking what I can get right now. Obviously, as soon as a witness video becomes available, if it does, I'll bring that to you as well. Let's see. So sidebars, we're not allowed to broadcast the audio of, or video, and so this is appropriate. We're not seeing we're not supposed to see the judge during the sidebar. Law and Crime is showing the judge so you can read his lips, but I guess that violates the rules. I'm not sure though. I just want to be well within the realm. Let's see. I'm going to do a close-up. I'm building the close-up right now. The only problem is I have to layer things, about 3 different layers plus what's called an upstream keyer to put together. So I will bring that back. And if I can get them all on the screen at the same time, that'd be good. I just have to build it on my phone because my iPad that I normally build it on is one of the sources. So we have the judge. Box 2. Put him up in the top right-hand corner. Shrink him down a little. Okay, and then box 1 is going to be the defendant. And it just does not want to play nice with me. If I change the view to show the judge sidebar, I can have the defendant pulled up, but problem is I can't crop 2 pictures. I know it's a little technical, but I can't crop 2 pictures independently with my current hardware. So let me play with this. We're going to show the judge in their main view.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break until about 10:40. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All right, for the jury, please.
So I missed what the objection was about. Can somebody tell me what happened right before the objection? Change the layout here just a little bit. Could make the judge small. And
thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We were having a discussion at the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment.
That's right.
Against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay? All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station.
He can go ahead.
Leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct. at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated, and leave it at that. I don't think you can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one, basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, and I'm making the record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020, must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that expert, that influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about propensity, or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of stuff that would need to be endorsed under 404B.
Mr. Allen?
Judge, they have put the defendant's mental condition into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness specifically spent a lot of time with this defendant over many years. And case law is clear that he can comment on whether she was sane or not, and if she was having any mental health issues, which I do intend to get into. There is evidence, that, as we know from preliminary hearing, that the defendant attempted to manipulate this investigation, and we're going to have evidence from different people on that point as well. And that's sort of the track record of this particular defendant. That's not a bad act. That's mental condition evidence that they have put in play by claiming NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read I have read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in I think this was fall of 2018, would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand. So I understand that you disagree, but I think that I do think that's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stauch will not be permitted to say whether or not he believed that those allegations were false or not. And he can testify as to what happened, how he reacted to it. And we're dealing with a relationship between the people. It has a lot to do with his mental state, Mr. Stauch's mental state at the time that the investigation was going on, based on his history with the defendant. It also has something to do with the way that the defendant may have acted at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right. All right, with that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stauch needs a break, we need to do that now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right, court will be in recess. Thank you. Mr. Stauch, you may want to talk with Mr. Allen about what the parameters are.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so interesting stuff here. She does seem to be hiding.
Can you use the restroom? I was going to need to hand this. Yeah. Okay.
She's hiding, but very aware of what's going on here.
Oh, absolutely.
This is frustrating. The one thing I don't like about this switcher that I'm using.
Res Just, I was trying to think of any Res Just case. I can see on top of my head.
Wow, little hot mic is that I can't zoom in more than 100% on a source.
You did say that before, they have like fours. No, like one like I don't know. I'll get the finest bottled water they have. That is what I'm like. Well, I'll just go check this, please. There you go.
Okay, I don't know how I do it, but I finally got the, going to resize the lens. Finally got the menu to work. So I can adjust the zoom a little bit, but it's going to be a tiny bit grainy. Anyway, we're going to get zoomed in on her. That's the goal. Okay, about that. Potato cameras. Yes, we're dealing with a court system that's using awful cameras. But at least we have audio, good audio. All right, so let's see what we've got here. The first sidebar, judge allows the information in. Any thoughts on why she's not sitting by her attorney? I think the attorneys are not sitting by her. They don't want to be here. I think they want her in the corner just to be hidden and to be just a little bit odd and detached from everything. That goes well with their defense that she's insane. I think that's what she's doing. Attorneys are representing her. They don't have to like her. I would not be surprised if there may be an outbreak from her. Oh, yes. This man is my favorite. He's actually the guy who's in charge of this. He's moving the monitors just a little bit so we can get a better view of the defendant. Please, keep just slide over. He's meticulous. And hopefully he can also turn on the camera for the witness table, which would be great. Okay.
Jack, what time did you tell us to be back?
Okay. Told us to be back in a few minutes. Let's see, in 7 minutes. Okay. This is a very small courtroom. Yes. I'm gonna play with this. I want to get as good a picture I can of the defendant, and she's been hiding behind those monitors, and thankfully the monitors have been adjusted. Clearly, he's watching what we're doing, and I wish they'd just get a higher resolution camera than this 480. No, I think it's probably a 720p camera, but it's awful. Maybe she's going to hide behind that roll of tissue now, or Kleenex. I don't know. It looks like paper towels on the desk in front of her in case they spill the Coke. So this guy is, yes, he's the real MVP. His name, I can tell you. His name is, or was Division 5, is Jack Spruill. Jack Spruill was the gentleman who's just walking across the screen. He's in charge of making the cameras work. I'm not sure what his other duties are, but he's been pretty good at that.
Thought I had this earlier. This is Gannon's phone earlier.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure why the mics are left hot, but I expect an outburst too. There's going to be something. She's got to do something to convince people. Yes, this is probably it. It's awful. It's worse than bank security camera footage. It's what we have right here. There's another person watching the feed. I'm glad they are. Maybe they can adjust as needed. I don't know. They must have had a spill. I'm guessing somebody spilled a drink or something, and they brought that in, and then they still have it. Maybe it will disappear over the course of the court. 8 weeks. It's not enough to last. Looks like old webcam footage. It's so bad, and of course it's compressed for WebEx, which is it's streamlined for streaming just good enough video that you can hold a meeting to everybody that needs it. Jack's an honorary addict. Yes, Jack Spruill, please come and chat. We'll go ahead and make you a mod just for the day. Hot mics are our gain. Love it. Love it. Jack, scratch your head. Danny, too soon. Too soon. We'll give him some time to get comfortable. 6 to 8 weeks. I'm still scratching my head on this one. It does not compute for me. How can it go 6 to 8 weeks? There's just... I don't know what they're going to talk about for the last 3. I think the prosecutor is trying to broach the subject of T's accusations of inappropriate conduct by an officer at the Alaska base. So we'll see how they get the information in. The judge has opened the door a little bit for this, and I apologize. I was busy trying to get the views lined up, it is better than some interrogation room cams. At least we don't have like that metal chair right next to the microphone that's slid around on the floor constantly. That's the worst. I mean, it takes us back to the, who was it? The Juan David Ortiz, the 12-disc set of interrogation videos where 3 of the discs were just hours long of him just sitting there. Are they going to sell this video? I don't think anyone's going to buy it. This is available to everybody, first of all. Everyone who's got access to the WebEx in court is allowed to use this video under judge's order. Order number 28 is allowed to rebroadcast and retransmit and share and record this video. So I don't think anyone's going to sell it. Mildred says, I know with child crimes, a lot of inmates aren't safe with general pop. Do you agree that inmates should be given the right to be protected despite their crime? I've heard both sides. Mildred, I do. I believe the justice system is not throwing people into prison and letting the dogs have them type thing. I believe the justice system, the judge orders the sentence, and that should be the sentence. And if they are to serve that time, they should not be, have an extra measure of justice, street justice, meted out to them in crime. I know that might not be the popular opinion, but I think that's the right opinion. I do believe that that people who go to prison can be rehabilitated. They can be, they can serve their time. They can change. I've seen lots of people who have done time and have changed, and because of that, just throwing them away, locking the key and throwing them away it's not right for me. That's not how I view the world. I believe the sentence should be just, though. Expert witnesses for insanity. We're going to have some on both sides on this one, Rockin' Dawkins. We're going to have one that says yes and one that says no. 6 to 8. What? Yes. They said 6 to 8 weeks, and I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. Granted, they have like an hour and a half lunch. Okay, so that adds to everything because they take long lunches here. On the East Coast, we can do our thing in an hour. Take care of everything you do in an hour. Out on the West Side, they take a little bit longer, and that's cool. The pace of life's a little bit slower. Also, we have the issue that the judge takes Thursdays off to go play pickleball or something like that. I don't know. He may be a pickleball fan. If he is, more power to him. That's great. But we're going to have one day a week that we're not going to be in court. That's going to be on Thursdays. Can we ask the judge for a witness camera? I can try to get a message to the court, but I don't have like a special hotline number. As much as I'd like to have the red phone on my desk that goes straight to the judge's chambers. Okay, here she is. Let's get this lined up here. Oops. Close that down. bring this over. That's probably a little too close. That zoomed in a little too much. It's too grainy. Okay. So here's the new view. She's now she's moved over a little bit. She still wants to hide from the cameras, but she's not a big fan of something.
This thing drives me crazy.
Not sure what audio we're picking up right now. Might just be people in the courtroom in general.
I'm a young man, but right here. We both. That's the only way to go.
This is a potato microphone for sure. This is awful. Marie, yes, the reason why Lori Vallow isn't transmitted is because Court TV early on, let me turn them down for a minute. Early on in the trial, Court TV set up cameras and zoomed in really and got that close-up view of Lori during the trial. And guess what? Lori didn't like it. Her attorneys didn't like it, and they said it was violating her privacy, which, you know, I'm not sure if there's an expectation of privacy in a court, but they did that, and they said because Court TV did that, we're going to ban cameras in the courtroom for this trial. And so we have Court TV to thank for the screw up. Okay, I've watched interviews with former female inmates. Female prisons are different to male. Said they don't attack child killers, but instead they're left out of social stuff, etc.
I'm not sure if the mics are actually. Yeah, this is working. I just need to hold it closer.
That one is.
Yeah. And is that one turned on also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could hear everything you said during the break.
The ones at council table remain off for the reasons that we discussed long ago.
Okay.
But the lectern is on, witness is on.
I'm going to try to keep this little magnifier box. It's really ghetto what I'm doing. I could show you guys, but I'm using the accessibility features of an iPad Pro to magnify part of the iPad screen, which is feeding into my switcher, so I can and then feed that in and crop it down so you just see the magnified portion of the feed. But that's how we're getting the defendant on a close-up right here. It's about the best I can do. Judge, the witness box isn't on. Yeah, I wish they would turn that on. That would be awesome.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, she was handcuffed until she was led to her spot, and then she's shackled in her spot and then unhandcuffed. So her hands are free, but she can't really move freely. She'll have to be
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Stauch. That's where we will resume. Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you and your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve a Corporal Jenkins and a Lieutenant Colonel Ortega?
Captain Jenkins and yes, Lieutenant
Captain Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't know these National Guard ranks.
It's Army.
Army?
Yeah,
okay.
Army.
Again, I don't know that either.
I think she was.
I had asked you before whether she was happy being assigned, having you all living up in Alaska, and I think you said no.
Absolutely not, yes.
Did this claim of sexual harassment, not asking you whether it was true or not, but did that lead to you eventually leaving Alaska and coming to Colorado?
Yes, sir, it did.
Were there two specific things that you witnessed that were sort of at the heart of these sexual harassment claims?
Yes, sir.
Did one of those involve Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Was that a time when you were at some establishment and there was some drinking involved?
Yeah, me and the defendant showed up for dinner, and the other person was already there and had been drinking. Yes, sir.
The other person being Captain Jenkins?
Jenkins, yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation, yes, sir, a comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said.
Yes,
okay. And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event?
Yes, that you witnessed.
So I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left, didn't stop and, communicate with me. He just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay. And so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was I don't know, I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state, so the Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
And did that eventually lead to you transferring from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Speculation.
Sustained. You can ask him how he felt about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she didn't. No, sir.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December that would have been 2018. She brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Elena, and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids.
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
Would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
That included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can, I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something, and it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out, and the bed was kind of pushed. The mattress was pushed off the box spring, just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what the summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. One of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type
Tiffany green
gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
Sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging, and eventually I found out that most of the stories she had told was just not accurate, and then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins.
Making faces so she can
I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
Well, counseling.
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so, once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
Did you say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not, towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the three children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January?
January.
Of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for, remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
That's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did. Yes, sir.
When you said you went to Canada to get it stamped?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been because we went to a resort in Mexico. So.
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
She did, absolutely.
Wonder why they're hammering the passports.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late in 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 and French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she
Well, let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And again, that's for our court reporter.
Absolutely.
She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not.
Did she tell you that?
Absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't remember specifics, but.
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
Yes, the defendant. Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit?
So just you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did
sir.
you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
You've seen some scowls from the defendant there.
Overruled.
In my mind, it did, in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she? Okay, so let's ask. I'm going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had talked about wanting to be an airline flight attendant. And so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who was she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas 2019. And it was a short trip.
You mentioned earlier when we were first talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week.
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
At the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom?
Yes.
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom?
Yes.
There was the master bedroom?
Yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in?
I still don't. Not that specific visit.
Okay.
T. Renee, is that any better?
How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
This is still direct.
How was the defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff. Is that the last time you saw Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was, we were at the top of the stairs And I was getting ready to leave with Mom, and me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs, and I just gave him a hug, and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair, and just told him I love you. And something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you know, you're always going to be in my heart, and I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you, and I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yep.
We got into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
30 people, 28.
Yep, I remember.
You recognize this?
Absolutely, that's their phone.
What is this?
That's Gannon and Lena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
Okay. Now I move for admission of People's 228.
No objection.
Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur? You okay?
Yes.
Is there Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018 spring. It was right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
Do you remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
I've actually got a photo. They're admitting the actual photo, not a copy of it.
May I approach?
You may.
People's exhibit number 15. If you need to take it out of the sleeve, you can do that.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is People's Exhibit 50?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stauch.
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content
I
of
did.
this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and
Yes.
accurate
I thought it was a photo.
copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 50.
Laney,
Good approach.
is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
Alan?
Do you want me to say it from here? Yes.
Okay, they need to kill the mics here. He's doing a good job with that. If he's cool with sharing his video, let's see. I'm going to go back to this one. Oh nope. Let's go to not that one. I can borrow this one for a bit. Just don't want to show the judge during the break in case somebody can read lips. Hey, Debbie. Welcome. So they've objected on the basis of relevance for this video, which is a Hawaii vacation, apparently. Okay, so they're still going here. This dude's blocking our view of the defendant, so we get a close-up of his belly, his buttons. We'll bring that back as soon as he's back. All right. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, love the name, says, if you're on the jury, would you submit any questions to this witness? Yeah, great question, Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, because this is something the jury can do in this trial. The jury can write down questions and submit them. They leave them on the bar. The bailiff comes, takes them up to the judge. The judge reviews them. As long as the question is proper, it can be addressed. Let me think about that one. I can't think of one off the top of my head yet that I would ask. This is all
so we'll come back to that in a moment, Al.
No foundation yet for that?
I object to
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you need to refer to the witness by Mr. Stauch.
Okay.
They object because he said Mr. Allen? Wow. Defense is the definition of kickback, taking it easy. It's a good thing those chairs recline. Or they would be like balancing on the back two legs, you know, like my kids, like I did, you know, when I was on the four-legged chair. They are just completely laid back. I will say the defense objections.
I want to go back to what we were asking, or what I was asking you about earlier about the defendant telling you that Gannon had it out for her. Did she make a specific comment to you about Gannon and a knife?
Yes, sir.
To you?
Yes, sir.
What was that comment?
Something about he had threatened her with a knife or came at her with a knife.
Did you ever see Gannon threaten anybody with a knife?
No threats ever out of Gannon, knife or no knife.
And was that right before you got Gannon into counseling in 2019?
Yes, sir.
I think the judge ruled that there hasn't been a
When
foundation.
I asked you about, specifically, I asked you earlier about trips that you would take together.
Mm-hmm.
You also mentioned that the defendant was trying to get a job with Spirit Airlines.
Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel?
She loved to travel, yes, sir.
Did she like to travel to Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go with her to Disney?
Yes, sir, in various configurations of family, I should say.
Did she ever take any other trips that you were aware of, either with you or without you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take cruises with her to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take any cruises to the Caribbean by herself that you knew about?
I don't know about by herself. I know with just Harley, I know she took a few.
Okay. What about to Australia?
Never heard of a trip to Australia. No, sir.
What about a trip to Bogota, Colombia?
Never heard of a trip to Bogota, Colombia either, sir.
What about Jamaica?
Don't know about Jamaica. Like I said, she went on trips to the Caribbean, so I can't attest to that.
Okay. You mentioned that cruise in Florida in, I think you said in January 2020 to celebrate your anniversary.
Yes, sir.
That was just you and the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you take other cruises together?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a cruise in Southern California?
We left out of Southern California, went to Ensenada.
When was that roughly?
while I was in Alaska. I don't remember exactly. So between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in the summer of 2019?
We did, yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a trip to Mexico. When was that?
That would have been right before I went to Oklahoma for 6 months, so 2016.
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Yes.
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
Yeah, there was one time I was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% a majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in a tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story from her mouth, sir. No.
Wow. In Australia?
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between you and the defendant as it relates to finances?
Yes, sir.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
A classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main thing she looked towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
She didn't like the Kim Kardashian reference. That got a response.
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about that storage room. Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah, there was like a reddish orange one. They had some flowery, I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one, actually. There was a few smaller, like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where did the large green one come from?
I believe that, well, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her Aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
And was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
I want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
Under a bridge?
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but.
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
Yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room?
Yes, sir.
You're on move for admission of People's Exhibit 48.
No objection. Exhibit 48 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And may we publish? Oh, there we go. What do you remember about that suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know if I remember. I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So.
Okay. All right. All right, may I approach?
You may.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit number 33. Obviously a disc. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this disc?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a video that you have seen?
Yes.
Okay. I move for admission of People's Exhibit 33.
Defense.
Objection.
Exhibit 33 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish, right?
You may.
Okay, so now we're back to that exhibit. They talked about the suitcase. The suitcase is probably going to be in the exhibit. That makes this relevant. As we talked about the large suitcase and going to Hawaii now. So now we're going to see this video. We won't.
We need the screen.
We'll hear the audio.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that I can see.
I imagine the judge has a setup similar to mine on his desk. He seems to be the most technologically advanced person in the courtroom. Sharon, Mrs. R.A. left without making me any lunch. So I'm probably going to starve to death. No, I'll
I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? I did it. Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Pinky. Okay, all right. So listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay. You got it?
Family's leaving.
You got it?
They can have
I'm just worried about my purse. Okay, shh. Listen. So tomorrow.
That was not the Hawaii vacation video.
Counsel, approach for a moment, please.
It's okay. I imagine the judge is probably talking about the people who got up and left. The judge has said that people that get up and leave are not invited back in until the next break. Not sure if he's going to abide by that with the family members, but this video, we have not seen the video. All we know is that it's there's a burn, like I believe we've heard a candle burn on the carpet or something like that, and Gannon is also concerned about what he says is his burns. I don't know. We don't know the situation. We can speculate a little bit, but when he says he's worried about his burns, the defendant shushes him and instead talks about what they need to sell in the house to fix. I think it was a spot on the carpet, a burn spot or a wax spot on the carpet or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the reason for the video. The dad might be able to shed some light on this because he heard some of the story as to what
Mr. Allen?
happened, but we'll see.
Two, I just don't know what to do.
That you can see. Who is that?
That's Lena, absolutely.
And then the female voice that you hear on that recording, who is that?
Tisha, excuse me, the defendant.
And then the other voice that you hear towards the end, whose voice is that?
Those are the last words I ever heard Gannon speak.
I want to have you jump back into that binder, Mr. Stauch, and look at People's Exhibits 19 and 20. The ones I mistakenly tried to admit without any foundation earlier.
Okay.
You recognize those?
19 and 20, yes, sir.
Are those, well, what are they?
Those are two different angles, pictures of Gannon in his bed.
How have you seen those pictures before?
I have, yes, sir.
When did you see them?
I don't want to mix it up. I know I've seen them in through various things, but one of these specifically, or at least one, if not both, the defendant sent to me that morning, which would have been Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so we're talking about January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And then you received those specifically from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What method did you receive them from?
Text message.
Text message. Are they fair and accurate copies of the photos that you received on January 27, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission and permission to publish 19 and 20.
Mr. Tellini, exhibits 19 and 20 will be admitted.
That was a video of a
So
cell
I think
phone
we
footage,
have People's Exhibit 19 up on the screen now.
Filmed by the defendant.
Tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 19.
So once again, that's Gannon in his bed. I referenced the TV off to the left. You can see it here, a TV in his dresser. The table we discussed earlier, and then once again, there's Gannon in his bed.
Is that typically the way Gannon would sleep in his bed with the blankets just piled on top like that?
No, sir. There was a couple things I noticed that were different. There seemed to be a big, I don't know, pillow or bulge or something down here. I don't remember this red and green blanket actually being on his bed, or we've discussed that. I don't remember that.
Okay.
I can't say 100% that it wasn't ever, but.
And then People's 20? This basically just another depiction of that same scene?
Yeah, it appears to be. I think it's different though, because is it okay if I show differences?
Let me ask you this: what is there a difference between the two photos based on your observations?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are those differences?
If you look at where his hand is here, and if we can go back to the other one, his hands are in a totally different position. See how his hands were crossed right here. The blanket's kind of pulled back a little bit. And then a huge thing to me was his bed was almost never pulled away from the wall like this. And we discussed that in a previous photo, that his bed was almost always pushed up against the wall.
And then that the bulge that you referenced in the other photo in People's 19.
Same as right here. Yeah, right there.
And then 20.
Right here. And notice that difference as well.
And do you even recognize that particular blanket, or was you recognize it, but you don't think it was typically on Gannon's bed?
Yeah, that blanket is one that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
It was not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay. You can take that down for now. I want to jump back, Mr. Stauch, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018. And I previously showed you People's Exhibit number 50, which was that disc. I think I might have left it up here. Let me check, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to, this time I move for admission of people's request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Subject to prior objection.
Objections?
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, all right. The objection's overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
They're doing a good job not having speaking objections here. Unlike the Zachariah Anderson trial, where we heard everything.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
That's Gannon.
Go ahead and play it.
Guys, where are you at? In Hawaii, go.
Not sure if the video's done. If there's a very quiet audio that's not being picked up by the noise gate.
When you got back from Oklahoma, Mr. Stauch, did you participate in searches for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th, left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And so
let me ask you specifically, you don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
In the moment, I didn't. No.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in, well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store, and so I could confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father that, or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon?
It just was not Gannon, no, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well, I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart in Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart in Fountain. Just maybe he's in the video game section or GameStop or something. Just thinking of places he would be. And then it occurred to me, or I remembered that the defendant had said her car was at French Elementary School. And so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to look for her vehicle.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there?
Absolutely not. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car actually was?
Never did. That was the only thing she ever told me, was that I left it at French Elementary School.
At some point, based on things that you're learning, did you, in your mind, did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things we've discussed, a number of them, some discrepancies in the pictures, the rent-a-car situation. I think I had already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors and surveillance from their house. He had never walked.
Sustained.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said to you, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape. Okay.
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay.
So back to.
I have to ask a question.
Okay.
So you were earlier describing an accumulation of things that led you to change your opinion or your mind as to what actually happened with Gannon.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French, and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from she knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day, once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Well, did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about being raped?
I'm not sure of the date.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th.
Yes, sir.
Just
Tuesday.
now about you doing interviews at the sheriff's office.
Mr. Cook.
You said the next morning, so that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but he got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep going on that specific?
I want you to tell what she said in that particular story.
Right, and then she also said he had got burned, and then she said that. Well, I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared. And it's okay. Well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever? Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay. So let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was 2 parts, and that's why I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes, and at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors, I guess Ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and it was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. And I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me. So
what I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stauch, I apologize, is did you see on any of the neighborhood video any strange men going into or out of your house?
Sure.
I think he just said he'd never watched any videos. This was just what the neighbors had told him.
That's not what he said.
No, he overruled. Re-asked the question.
Yep. Just so the record is very clear.
Okay.
Did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck, but I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. What I'm asking is
Allen,
very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood surveillance video about the time that Gannon went missing?
I watched one, and that was him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay, so you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the...
I've seen nothing
Okay,
else.
all right, thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, I call it being questioned, but just kind of giving a background history of our relation, mine and the defendant's relationship, and kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay, what do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction. And they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
So, of course, yeah, I was there. The defendant was on the phone, and then there was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm going to break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. Okay. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title, a specific title. Amber Cronin.
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing. With the FBI. I saw in passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others. I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that, but.
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognize her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's very poorly done. You can hear Judge, the police prompting.
What I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission now and then we can do that other process when we get back, or.
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
Because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission.
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch.
Well, we get an idea of what we're going to have after lunch.
And probably just admit all of them at the same time and then go from there.
Debbie, Brandy has made a video. I'm not sure if she's in chat right now, but Brandy has made a video already covering the opening statements for this one, and it's hard for her to do it. I don't know. She has not committed that I've heard to follow the trial all the way through, but she normally. And
so, for the record, Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55.
Now I know it's 8 weeks.
56, 57, 58, and 59.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
So that might be why we're
Yeah, that's
here
fine.
so long.
People's Exhibit 35, obviously a disc again. Do you recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36, do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this recording?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes, sir.
People's 37, are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate
We're
representation
on
of that
37.
recording?
We're going all the way up to 59. So he just admits evidence.
People's 38, do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39, do you have your initials and date?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
40, are your initials and date on this?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
51, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
52, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
53, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
These will be calls between the witness and the
54,
defendant.
date and initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
55, are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
56, are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
You listen to the contents?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
57, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Did you listen to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tedious, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
You see your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
You didn't identify that one.
Oh, I'm sorry, 58.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The judge is not
And then
letting it slide.
59, initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of those exhibit numbers, and I can reread them, or if you have them.
I have them. Mr. Tellini?
No.
All right, exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 will be admitted.
Okay. And then we're going to take a lunch break.
Council approach, please.
Okay. We're going to a quick little break here. Let me switch over to here. Just in case. This video is a little bit behind where we are. So we're just waiting. We're not going to show the judge, so we don't see his mouth moving during a sidebar. Yes, Brandy had a hard time with the video. I think any parent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think you know where this is going and what my conversation was about.
Lunchtime.
We are going to take our lunch break a little bit early. We'll have you come back a little bit early too. And when we come back, we will be playing, it sounds like the telephone calls one after the other. So if I can have everyone back in the jury rooms at about 1:15 so that we can start at, say, 1:20. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not do any research about any aspect of this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone else either. Mr. Combs had relayed to me a question by a juror as to whether or not you can receive a transcript at the end of the trial. The answer to that is no. The transcript is for other purposes. No jury is ever provided with a transcript of the court proceedings as they are occurring. So you'll have to rely on your individual and collective memory as well as any notes that you take, but you will not receive a transcript. So with that, I think it's still a nice day. We're not to tomorrow yet when it's not supposed to be. So if you want to take a walk around the courthouse, something like that, that would be a good thing to do. Again, you already know where all of the eating joints are here in Colorado Springs, and we'll see you back at about 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. Sorry, it's a little weird how I have to follow her face here, but we'll try to follow her expression here. Selena, we'll do a little recap here before we go to lunch. 1:15 their time puts it at 3:15 my time. It is 2:50 right now. Sorry, it's 1:50, so it's almost 2 o'clock. To about an hour and a half. Is that right? About an hour and 20 minutes roughly?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down from the stand now. And I don't see any reason to have Mr. Stauch sitting on the witness stand while we play these are just phone calls. It's all audio, right?
They're all audio. There may be some times where I want to pause it and ask him a specific question, especially at the beginning when we hear voices, who that voice is, that kind of thing. But I think once we get started into the meat of them, I think we can let him down if it's okay with you.
It's fine by me. It would just be a little bit awkward having him sitting there and not saying anything for, it sounds like we're talking about hours. More than 5 or 10 minutes.
Yes.
So we'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you are.
Defense?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Then court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay. Judge is stepping off. We'll follow Letecia a little bit. Okay, and they're gone. Okay, so we're going to go back here. Nice that they canceled the meeting because now I have to reset up all my all my feeds. All right. Well, it'll work with that. Okay. For Selena, a little update for those that just came in. First of all, I will say, if you want to catch up to where we are, the best place to go would be to Brandy Churchwell's YouTube channel. Because she has a brief synopsis, a quick take of what happened in the opening statements from both sides, and it's really good. She does a fantastic job. She hits basically every single point, every important bit that happened during that time, and she condenses it all into, I think it's about 22 minutes that covers all of opening statements, and that's what we had yesterday. My quick take on this is the defendant, Letecia Stauch, is accused of killing her stepson, who was the son of the current witness on the stand, and disposing of his body, hiding it first, and then sticking it in a suitcase and taking it across the country and dumping it off an overpass in Florida, 1,300 miles away. So the case is happening in Colorado Springs, Colorado. She has recently, just this year, changed her plea from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. So NGI or NGRI, as they say here in this courtroom. So her attorney got up and basically said she's guilty. You know, this is a done deal. There's no reason for me to do this. You know, it's already, you guys have prejudged it. All the evidence is horrible. Everything, she's guilty. But we are only saying that she is not guilty because she's insane, or she was insane at the time. So it's not really so much a whodunit type case as did she know what she was doing when she did it type case. But as far as the state is concerned, they're prosecuting it as a whodunit. She has been ruled as competent to stand trial, so she's standing trial. She's not insane, so they're pursuing this. The jury obviously will have the option to say that she's not guilty because she's insane, or they could say she is guilty, life in prison. So the options are all on the table for the jury. But really, the way the defense is going at this, it's more so not guilty by way of insanity. That's their best bet, is to prove that she was insane. It's going to be tough to do because there are so many actions she took that seem to be very well thought out and calculated and reasonable in the minds of, like a serial killer type thing. But that's it. So let's see. So hopefully Brandy continues to do these videos. I think she said that she was. There's her YouTube channel right there. Katrina, you've posted that for us. Thank you very much. So I'd highly recommend that. I'm not sure if she's going to have one every single day or if she's going to do like day 1 and day 2 synopsis. It will be brief, but they're fantastic. Highly recommend it. Let's see what else we have. What time is lunch break over? 3:15 their times, or sorry, 3:15 my time. So 1:15 their time. So we have an hour and 20 minutes. So we're going to take a break for lunch. Karen, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. We have had a bunch of new members join, and it is awesome. Good to have you all. This is a fun place to watch trial. I realize this is a heavy one. Thank you, Deanna. She definitely deserves a subscription to her channel. She does a great job, and oh my goodness, you are not going to regret it, especially when we get to like BK. We start looking at the Idaho 4 case, and she's going to start putting that thing together for you. You will be the smartest person in your town if you follow Brandy Churchwell and just follow what she does as far as timelines and organization of data and stuff like that. She is fantastic that way. So looking forward to that as well. And there's a whole podcast thing as well. If you like podcasts, she's starting that as well. So lots of reasons to follow Brandy Churchwell. As if you can't tell, I'm a big fan of hers. Let's see, what is subcount? I think we're at 10,500 something. Let's see, it looks like 10,631. And unfortunately, all my screens are taken up. All my feeds are taken up, so I can't put it on the screen. I have to keep them dedicated to the court feed. Savis Gunn just gifted another 5 memberships. Looks like Chris Cresswell, Debbie Blair, Cat, Hip Hop Flip Flop, and Deanna all were gifted memberships. Congratulations to the new members, and thank you very much, Savis Gunn, for the generous donation. If you just joined and just subscribed, one thing you want to do on this channel is type exclamation point gifts in chat, and then the bot will respond with this. Sorry, I'm trying to change it so you can see me. It will respond with this message. Click that link, go to the YouTube page, and turn the gift setting on. That will allow you to receive a gift if someone donates one. And YouTube is not going to force you to be a member of a channel you don't want to be a member of, so you have to manually select that, and that would be awesome, because it's a pretty generous group here. This case is similar to Jeffrey Dahmer trial. There was never any question that he murdered 17 people. The jury had to determine whether he was sane or not at the time. Yes. Okay. Let's see. The more wine I drink, the angrier I'm getting with this monster. It's 7 p.m. here. Emma, yeah, it's a frustrating case. These are really hard to listen to as well. Man, just as we listen to these tapes, we're going to start hearing, I believe, some of her stories that she's told, or different versions of the events as to explain why he was missing. We'll hear that through these calls that will happen after lunchtime. This is going to be a call made at the behest of the FBI from the dad to the mom, and the FBI is prompting him to ask questions. And then sometimes they say you can even hear the prompter whisper the question to the dad. Like apparently the mom didn't figure out on it, because they continued for hours and hours. I understand if anybody has to skip out on this one, I completely understand. We hopefully you'll be able to return on the next video the next trial we follow. But that's where we're at. Brandy Curtis, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate that very much. Make sure you take a seat by typing exclamation point seat. The father was so strong to be able to do this regarding phone calls. Yes, that you can tell he already knew something wasn't right. She knew more than she was letting on, and so he starts working with the police and the FBI, and getting information this way. It must have been heartbreaking for him. Okay. Matthew Harris says, look at all of our new members. Welcome. This is the greatest live chat on YouTube and a really friendly community. Nailed it. Matthew, thank you. Matthew is one of our legal experts in chat. He's also a YouTuber himself, and he provides us with some great content on YouTube every week, a new video. So I'd highly recommend going to Matthew's channel. If someone can link it, you can type !Matthew at any time in chat as well, and his channel will pop up on the phone. It says, allow gift option is not available for this channel. Is it because I'm on my phone? Stricken324, it may be your account settings, because it's definitely available for other people. Phones are difficult sometimes. They don't play nicely. Apple particularly, and I guess Android doesn't like playing well. Thank you, Savas. Appreciate that. Night for me. Have a wonderful day, guys. Yes, on that note, as Savas said, if you are not able to return for the second half of the trial that starts here in about an hour and 15, let me just say that tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back about 3 o'clock my time, so give me 1 hour straight up. We'll be back. The first person in chat when we start, every time we start, wins the internet. So if you'd like that to be you, all you have to do is ring the bell after you click the subscribe button, and you can be notified. Be first person to say anything in chat, as long as it passes YouTube's strict standards for what's allowed in chat. You win. First person wins. So today it was, we had a repeat offender today. Who was it? Sharon McDonald, was that you? I think Sharon McDonald handled it this morning. Did a great job. No complaints I heard at all. So we'll go ahead and do that again this afternoon. Please have yourselves a great time. Have some lunch. We'll be back. I'm going to go scrounge some food up from the kitchen because my wife's gone. She's the good cook in the house. So it's going to be a whatever I can dig out of the freezer type lunch for me. So there's Matthew's content right there. Highly recommend that over lunch as well. Check out some of his videos. We'll be back in a little bit. Thanks, guys. Please stay safe. We'll see you.
Not a camel.